Hey, welcome to the Cornerbird stream. Thank you for the 100 subs. Yes. So today it'll be something different. I'll be bringing this in to Blender for the first time together with you guys. I haven't really prepared much, so let's wing it. My boyfriend is with me in this room, so I'll try to be as quiet as possible. Let's start. Okay, first things first, I will need to export this and bring it into Blender. So for those new here, I've been sculpting Messmer and Dark Souls 2 with some corner birds on Nomad Sculpt. And the first pass for every single piece is done. So now that everything is kind of in a good place, I'm gonna bring it into Blender and do some test renders for these because I haven't seen it rendered yet properly, and I think that would be a cool thing to see. So let's go. Okay. First things first, this is how I usually do it when I bring it to Blender. I mean, I've only done it once for my first ever Nomad Sculpt project. That was the project before this one. And what I usually do is to save a new file. So this is a new file that I saved. And I usually just like put an underscore Blender at the back of the file name just to tell myself that this will be decimated down to use in Blender. And if you aren't familiar with 3D sculpting or with Nomad Sculpt, there is a tool which this is not a tutorial, by the way, but I'm doing everything step by step, so I might as well explain what I'm doing. And if you're also doing some sculpt, your own personal project, then maybe this might be helpful for you. And I'm always happy to share my process. So under the, I think this tab is usually the, let me try and move things around. Okay. So this tab is probably usually the voxel tab here, if you click up here. And if you go to the mist tab, I hope this is good. Let me just, okay. There's a decimation tab right here. Maybe, right. I guess it's easier like this. So there's a decimation tab here. And what I usually do, I'll do one right now. What I'll usually do is to bring it down as far as I can let me bring the focus. Reduce as many polygons as I can so that there'll be less lag on my computer. And I guess depending on how powerful or if you're doing this Blender on your laptop and all that, you may want to consider reducing as much as possible, so that you wouldn't be spending so much time like rotating the sculpt and then waiting for the lag, and then render time will also take quite a bit if you have too many polygons. And this is just for test renders, so this is not final renders or anything because I'm still working on the sculpt. So let me just show you what I usually do. Oops. Blender also has this really good auto shade smooth thing. I haven't used Blender in a while, sorry. So Blender has an auto shade smooth that works really well for things like this. So you can kind of like destroy your, if this is just for test renders, you can go quite far with you can lose quite a bit of detail without you can push the destroying the details quite a bit. So let me just decimate this. So something like this, I'll take into consideration how big the whole scene will look like when I render, but also where I will want to put my cameras, because I kind of want to make this as like make it as detailed as possible, but I want to prioritize the render time and the file size. So maybe if I render, maybe easier this way. Maybe if I render, I will want to it's so laggy. Maybe I want to be from this, render from this distance maybe, and like this. So maybe this is the distance that I want. So I'll look at this and I'll think maybe I can push it further. I should just take my stand out. So what I can do is to maybe decimate this one more time. But I feel like maybe it's too much. So you see, this is too much. And then so that's already what I like to do usually is to try and go beyond, and then take smaller steps back, because if you're decimating tiny bits, like if you're doing your stuff in tiny increments, it's very hard to see where the limit is, or where you have to stop, and usually waste quite a lot of time doing that. So So 50%. As mentioned in the previous stream, the target triangles is just like how much it kind of determines how much polygons you want to keep. So right now this tube is 19.1 thousand. I'll just round that up to 20,000, and if you do 50%, it will cut down 20,000 down 50% to 10,000. And if you do 75, then it will remove 25% of that number. If you do 25%, it will be 75% off. So just now when I did 50%, I felt like that was too much, and I'm not really sure whether or not I want to keep it like this, but I'm gonna try push this up a bit, and let's see. You know, this is not bad. So yeah, it's not bad. So I'll keep going. This is a little bit of a tedious process, especially with let me just quickly show you my PC screen, and then I'll show you my previous, just quickly. Show you my first sculpt, which I'm not done yet as usual, but it's quite close. So this is my first Nomad Sculpt, or my first 3D sculpt. You can see that there are just a few pieces. The main vase, the top, this one. Well, I guess it's quite a lot of pieces, but it's not this much. So I felt like this was more manageable. And one other thing is that this file has a lot of instances, and I'm not really sure, or like mirrored. So this, let me just quickly switch this back. So there are a lot of mirror, what's this thing called? Mirror repeaters. Oh well, there are a lot of repeaters in this file, and I don't remember if the repeaters are a bit messed up in Blender. But I will just leave those alone for now and just work on doing this. It's also a little bit hard to talk and do this at the same time, because I kind of need to concentrate on remembering like which ones I've already done. So I've done this one. Yeah, I feel like maybe I need to. It'll get faster. I just need some time to get used to this. I think Nomad Sculpt also has somewhat of a decent smooth shading, but it's not as great as Blender's one. But I guess it's useful for what I need it for now, which is to see if I have enough of details retained. You know what? Maybe I should just like go for it. Because this is not the main area that I'll be rendering, so but yeah, usually this kind of stuff can take a while because I am second guessing a lot on whether or not I should destroy so many details. I think I'll stick with this for now and just move on. I also try to keep the different parts at least the same. I'll keep the different parts of the same object as close as possible. I'll keep it as close as possible, and because they're smaller, they are less important to keep in a way. And that's good. Because this is lower down on the floor, I think I'll just remove as much as I can. I'm gonna hide that since it's done. If you're just bringing a sculpt into Blender to, let's say if the file is big and you just want to do some test lighting or maybe some particle or FX simulation, I think you can really just go for it. But I want to make sure that they look good, so I'll try to keep as much as possible. So that's too much. I think sometimes I don't. Sometimes I just go by the feeling of what numbers I like. I'm not really basing it off anything. But maybe one helpful thing would be to compare two different parts. So this one is 6,000. This one is 3,000 polygons. And I think that kind of sounds about right because where is my macro pad? That sounds about right because this one is about half the size of this. So you can use that as like a quick gauge of whether or not you need to reduce something down further. Or like if you like the number 6,000, then you can keep this as 6,000. Small things like the candle flames. I'll be quite aggressive with this. And also something so small in the scene. I don't think I'll worry that much if the mesh is really bad. So just keep in mind how big you want what distance you want the camera to be at. The low poly of the flames is not really that visible from this. Candles. Is 600. Sometimes if the objects are quite similar to each other, I'll just try to match the polygon of the other objects. So I'm aiming for around 600 for this. I think because these are shorter, I'll try to make the polygon even lower than, okay. Need to get water. I think I can push this in. Because the smaller the ring, or the bigger the hole, the you can see I reduced the polygon from 25,000 to 16,000. My camera setup is a bit different because I'll be streaming my PC, my computer screen later on. So you have to just bear with this. Maybe if I do, just bear with this for a long time. These flawed pieces are repeaters. So they are repeated radially. So I will look at this one and look at this, and I'm not sure whether I want to push. Should I push this? I mean, I'm not really sure whether I'm keeping this design anyway, so I'll just remove as much as I can, because it kind of still looks fine. Also, I totally forgot, but I've assigned the visibility toggle on my macro pad. So this is, I've forgotten because I wasn't using it for a while, but it's really good for situations like this. So when I'm done with this, I'll just hide them away. I think this can be done. This is the main spiral, so I think I'll keep more details on this one. But then maybe once I put procedural materials on Blender, maybe it doesn't matter. So guess I'll just do the rest first. I think this one is quite hidden, so this is fine. Ding. Probably if your NomadSculpt file has way fewer objects, that this process will be a lot easier. But because I've quite a lot of pieces here, I'll just do like a first pass and then go edit again when everything has been lowered down. I'm also basing this off my previous experience with doing the other sculpt, putting the other sculpt in Blender, because I realized that when you put Blender procedural, when you put the materials on, that you can get quite a lot more detail in a way. Like if you, let me see if I can find my anyway, today's just a chill session. Well, every stream will be just a chill session on making stuff. So where did I put it? I think I put it here. bring this up. So you can see that this is one of the test renders for my previous project. It's I think I decimated this quite a lot, but I guess because with how like how much more accurate the lighting is and how much detail you can get from the renders, that yeah, you can get quite I think something like this I can kind of get away with quite a bit, but maybe I'll be wrong, but this is just one of the many pieces. So prioritizing the file optimization versus keeping all the details for at least this test render. So this one is, I guess, is done. I think because this one is quite hidden, I'll reduce this quite a lot more than the others. This one too. I think this is fine. If I'm going to render a screenshot of this, I mean, if I want to put the camera here, I think this flame will be quite out of, I'm not really sure whether I'm going to put some depth of field, but this flame is kind of quite out of the picture, so I can bring this down a bit more. Maybe that's too much. That maybe is fine. So you just have to keep in mind that the Blender Auto Smooth is a lot more accurate. So if you look at the smooth shading here, it's not going to look like this in Blender. So if I think like I kind of like this look, like it's quite, I think there's quite a lot of details retained, then I'll stop here. But of course, with this kind of stuff, you just have to try it out for yourself. And get a feel of how things work, because why is this here? I feel like I probably don't need this. Never mind. Maybe I'll just sometimes undoing and just toggling between the previous decimation and the one after can be useful for just comparing like how much you have lost from the decimation, because sometimes it's quite hard to see, especially when you want to decimate just enough to retain as much details as possible. Or just quickly compare like this. I'm not really sure whether it's also useful when the object is big, so I would just look at it as I go through. And because this is just for test render, I will decimate it more. So if you notice that when you undo and redo, the action is add and delete, so that is the decimation. So don't need to panic when you see it like add and delete. That's just how it is. Hide this, decimate this. This is 400, 200. Maybe I'll keep them around 200 because they're really small. So you can see when I undo and redo, the best outcome that I would like to see is that the overall shape doesn't change much, and I still have quite a lot of detail still there. But maybe there's too much. Maybe I'll just keep it here for now. And then smaller stuff, I'll just hit it more things like this. Oh, and remember to save. Maybe I'll just No, I'll just overwrite the save. It's fine. I'm not going to regret these words later. This. Might even delete some of these later on in Blender, but for now I'll just keep it. And one thing I'm not sure about is whether or not if I'm too aggressive with the decimation like this, whether or not it affects the procedural material quite heavily. I feel like it shouldn't matter that much, but I'll just keep this like this first. It's always quite scary when sometimes the decimation takes a while, but sometimes, I mean, all the time you just have to trust that it's fine. I'm not really sure why that took a while though. Let me bring this down. This one. So I'll also look at the wireframe. Sometimes that's an easy way to tell if you if it's enough or maybe too much. I think like this is good. And another thing that I'll do is to like this is 9,000 right now. Another thing that I would do is to validate the what's that called? To validate these, and then validate these and decimate them down, unless it's really like a box. Then you can, like, this is probably ideal. Like, you want to keep this as only 8 faces, but this one I brought down from 8,000 to 4,000, and I can bring it down further. I think I can bring this down more. Sometimes the wireframe is also quite distracting, so I just turn it on when I need to. I feel like this is too sharp. I think somewhere here you can this bit. Just make the edges more rounded and decimate this. I think it looks better. I think I'll need to no, maybe I'll need to bring up the subdivisions, validate this, and decimate this. Because I think if I auto smooth a square, so like just ignore what I said about the 8 pieces, but I think if I auto smooth a square, it will turn really round. So now we'll bring this up. That's too much. I'm not sure whether you saw this. So I try not to do anything when autosave is happening. Just because I'm kind of scared of doing stuff when it's saving. Maybe this. I think this one is really not that important. Just validate this, then decimate. I think when it comes to two really identical things, I just try to decimate them with the same amount, the same number of decimations. I think this is a mirror. Yeah. I think this should. think can go ahead and validate this and do the same. So it becomes pretty obvious that now this ring has a lot more faces than the others. So time to bring this down. I think that's good. And I think I need a toilet break, so be right back. Okay, I feel awake again. Okay. I think this is fine. I think something that they get to be mindful of with lowering the subdivision for spears is that sometimes the lower the subdivision, when you add more subdivisions to this, the overall shape will be smaller. So I'll try to keep it quite up there, and then I'll shade smooth it in Blender. And because of this, I need to keep one of the wings down. So I will validate the mirror and keep instances. So if you don't know what these mean, if you do join children, the two meshes will be listed as one in the outliner. If you keep instances, it will, I guess, like if you don't know what an instance is it's kind of like making a copy of the object. And I'm not really that good with these kinds of terms, so I'll just go ahead and do this. I kind of like the look of the old one model, so I will delete this after autosave. I think something nice about the decimation is that if you have areas where the resolution is higher, it will try to target those first, so you can see that it hits, I think, like it hits the higher resolution area harder, like that. Which is what you want, because it will retain the higher depth and the higher details. That's good. I think this can go quite hard. I think in general, when it comes to smooth objects like this, I think I'll decimate quite a bit. I'll decimate it a lot more than something like her face, because I think I can get away with this much. I think I'm just giving this a rounded edge, and it seems like putting the post division, subdivision to 1 and lowering the division x, it seems to work pretty well. I think work well in the sense that it's still it's not introducing too many polygons, but I think it seems like too much, so I will validate and decimate. I'm not really sure how much I can do today, tonight, but hopefully I can at least just bring this to, I don't really like seeing the grid, hopefully I can just bring this to Blender and maybe put some lights. I'm not sure. I felt like I was a bit too optimistic. Kind of feels like there's quite a long road ahead. Okay, this is too much. This 700. Well, it feels like ages ago since I touched these things. They're quite simple, so I think that's good. I think that's good. By the way, if you're quite new to 3D, doing 3D art or sculpting, there's not a good workflow to do. But this is just my personal project, and it's I'm not animating them, so I think there shouldn't be an issue doing this in my case. But if you're doing this for an animated feature, if you want to break your characters and all that, then it's a lot better to use the, I'm not sure what they can see right here. It's a lot better to use the quad remesher and turn everything to quads. And I'm sure that there are a lot of good tutorials out there for that. I think this can go quite a bit. I think this is quite hidden, so it's alright. I'm also hiding everything so that I can spot any hidden meshes that I missed out. This is good. Usually for bigger objects, I'll try to remember to save before I decimate them, just in case. I think I want to keep quite a bit of detail in this one. So far so good. I think I reduced the overall scene from 9 million to 7 million, so that's good. I think the other thing that you might need to consider is that, like, I'm not really giving a shit about the bad topology, but if you really need like a proper lighting and rendering setup for your Blender file, these kind of vertices, they can mess up your lighting quite a bit. Like sometimes you can create, if I just quickly switch back to this. So if you just look up close to this is not supposed to be a hole, but I think because after the decimation, it kind of like maybe caused an overlap of vertex or something. I mean, I don't mind this because I can easily paint it over when I'm happy with the renders. But if you're animating something, this kind of decimated mesh is not going to be good for it. And I mean, something else is that my sculpt has a lot of detail, I guess. There's a lot of I guess in some sense it's really irregular, so I can get away with these weird stuff right here. But let's say if your mesh is really smooth and it's supposed to be a stylized, cute, and I haven't really done stylized cute stuff in a while. I'm not really sure to what comes to mind. But stylized cute with very smooth surfaces and irregularities will stand out a lot when you do lighting and rendering. Then you might want to avoid very stretched polygons, very stretched faces like this. But who knows, maybe Blender is a lot better now. I think back when I was using Maya, like many years ago, to do lighting and rendering classwork, I need to do the UV painting, lighting, rendering, and like these kind of things would be like they'll be a nightmare. So just there's a place and time for everything. But of course, these are also things that I built up based on experience. So I've really experienced that doing this workflow is totally fine with the way I'm making my renders. So I'm just sticking with this. Sometimes when you clip into the inside of a sculpt, it becomes hard to come out. you can either reset the camera or just isolate it, then it's easier to go around. And I'm just talking about these stuff because I like talking about this kind of stuff. I hope that you like all this technical stuff too. Okay. I think this is a mirror. I'm just trying to match the upper leg and the lower leg in terms of the number of polygons, and the hip should be a lot less. I think that's fine. I'm not sure whether I should even bother with rounding this up. It's so small, but I did it already, so I'll just leave it as that. Let me see. I think that's fine. This is a lot of polygons for tiny tubes. I'm just going to decimate like crazy. This is definitely not 11,000 worth of polygons. They're so tiny. Look at how small they are right here. Maybe I can go below 300. You know, maybe 300 is fine. I think these are mere instances. So you see, the good thing about instances is that 1, 2, 3, 4. These 4 pieces are all copies of each other. They're instances. So when I affect one of them, the others are affected too. Saves a lot of time. I think this can be a bit rounder. I think something like that. And I can go ahead, validate the decimate 2000. This one's 4000. I think 700 is fine. There's some weird things happening sometimes. But they're also small that I can just leave them be. And I think these are mirrored in, so that one's good. Not really sure whether there's a decimate hotkey. I feel like maybe I should see if there's a decimate hotkey because I'm using it quite. I use it quite a lot. I'm not sure whether I want to bring the wings decimated further, but I think I'll wait till everything else is done. I think this is the original spear. Everything they're all just instances of each other. But maybe I'll just delete this because it's close to one spear is close to 1 million. I need to decimate that. I think a lot of the polygons are coming from these, maybe they're coming from this one. Yeah, I need to validate it and I feel like I can probably hide this. Just making sure that I don't have a duplicate hiding somewhere. I think usually this is the process that I feel the most impatient with, because I just want to bring this into Blender. But I think this kind of like cleanup is like worth the wait. So if you're just coming in and I'm not in Blender yet, I'm sorry, but Blender will come. I kind of wish that I can see the polygon of a group, but I guess an easy way to check is to 6.7. Okay, they're not that big. I think I can hide these. like this too. I think I probably don't need this tube. I can delete this. Can also delete this because I have the scales, and I think I need to bring them down. Let me save first. I also don't want to lose too much because I'm quite proud of the skills, so I'll try to wondering how many poly is this? 9.2. Maybe this is fine. I think I'll just bet on this working out, so I'll move on. Side this. It's always times when the decimation is loading like 99% that I remember to save, because it's always the times when things crashes and stuff when you remember that you have to save your stuff. I think the 4 fangs instances. It seems I can go quite a bit for these. think this is fine. I feel like the hit shouldn't be 20,000. I think this is fine. I realize why the height is not working sometimes. It's because I'm trying to hide the mirrored object. So select the real sphere instead of the mirrored one, and you should be able to hide it. Haven't seen this guy in so long. Feels like forever since I last looked at Messmer in this sculpt. I think his hair can stay quite high. I think. I think something that I learned from sculpting Messmer. See, should I bring this down? But something that I noticed is that I don't really like to sculpt armor pieces. Or maybe I just don't like to sculpt detailed armor pieces, like detailed hard surface stuff. Detailed hard surface stuff with like by hand. I think I quite enjoyed doing the spear. Although maybe to people who do hard surface modeling a lot, like maybe this kind of like look too shite. But I think, but everything is a learning process. So yeah, I think. Maybe I'll just keep it at 5,000 for now. Yeah, because I was struggling so hard with the armor pieces. I went to look online on how people do it in ZBrush, and the workflow in ZBrush makes a lot more sense for doing things like this. Because you have stems. I think the alpha, the custom brushes makes more sense. But I think for this, I'm trying to make the overall the selling point instead of just but I'm gonna try add more details to the armor pieces when I go through this again. I think this is too high. I think that's fine. I think this can I think 5,000 is fine for this. This is too much, but I think I want to give it some round edge. I think that's fine. I'm not sure whether these are all, no, they're individual. I think because these are the super black and super black and like 2D-ish looking stuff. When I look at the trailer, I think I can really just make it super low poly and it's fine. I just hope that I don't regret any decisions later on. But what is done is done. Let me decimate this. It's been so long since I look at his hands. Thing. Maybe. I feel like I probably wouldn't be doing anything, putting any cameras from this angle. So I think his hands can go even more low poly, and I think it's alright. It's really just depends on what you want to be in focus. Not really sure whether layers will export, right? So just merging the layers down. Just 200. I think that's good. This one can. Oh, these are like the kind of like the first few stuff that I was sculpting. It's quite funny when I think back about it that it was so scary to work on this project because I haven't done something like this before. So when I did Messmer, the first thing that I wanted to do was his curtain cape, because it's kind of like the biggest feature of him if you squint your eyes. So if I can't get the curtain, not the curtain, sorry. If I can't get the cape right, then it's kind of a good indicator of whether or not everything else would follow through. So when I finished it, it was kind of like a relief, although afterwards I got stressed up again because I'm like, oh my god, I don't know how to do armor, I don't know how to do weapons and all that stuff. I think doing this kind of decimation and just looking through everything is bringing back a lot of memories. Lots of memories. I think like this cable was so hard. I don't understand. Like now when I just look at this, I don't understand why it was so hard, but it was really hard. I think 4,000 is good, but yeah, it was difficult. I think this is fine. Let me compare. I think this should be fine when it's auto smoothed. I think. Let me decimate this. I'm not gonna put And I'm gonna be putting a camera up close to his hands, even though I'm quite proud of his hands sculpt. So I will just bring it down quite a bit. Kind of like match the other one. Yep, that's good. I think a general rule that I can set is that the pieces that will be at the back can go really low poly. I think this is fine. It's a bit hard to select them. I think this is good. I didn't notice that this was 12,000. I feel like it really shouldn't be 12,000, even in the base file. I think that's good. I feel like I can probably go quite a lot more, okay, because quite a lot of his arm is hidden. So I think this is fine. I think this is fine. This is taking so long. Like, I wasn't really thinking about it, but it's not muted. But it's like 1,000 times more pieces than the first one. You can just like it's really a lot. Yeah. Maybe 31,000 is too big. It's going to be quite zoomed out, so I think I can go quite a lot on this. Kind of forgot to put chainmail on him, but I can do that next time. So I think I can go quite low poly on this. 3,000, I think that's fine. I think this one has to go down. I think I also need to feel like to prevent issues. I'm going to merge this, and because let me undo that, because these are two different pieces. I think it's better because it's just a smooth, it's supposed to be just a smooth metal plate. So I will join them together and then remesh them. I think something that I liked with the kind of like the April, is it in April, but the major NomadSculpt update, and I think it's from there, is that the voxel remeshing is kind of like smarter now. So it used to be that this resolution is always stuck at one specific number, but now when you click around different areas, it will kind of calculate how much is needed, like minimum amount of resolution needed. So I will save and I'll go ahead and remesh this, and it seems like there's some issues with this. So I'll undo that and go higher up. And you know, there's nothing much to do with this, so I'll just use my dynamic topology method and just smooth this out, but then it's not that great. You know what? Maybe I will I'll go even higher. Going to hide the edges a bit. Like so. Just going to quickly look around. This area might not matter though. I think his rope covers. Actually, I think I'm making a mistake. You know what? I think the mistake that I made is that this needs more. Where is it? Oh, I guess I made. Oh wait, maybe I can do this. Because rounder edges tends to work better with decimation. So maybe I'll just keep this multi-resolution and I should have made it rounder when but you see with rounder edges instead of like one single edge, it's a lot more forgiving in a way. I'm not sure why. Oh, right. You need to validate the mirror first and then remesh it. Oh, the first crash. But luckily we saved. See, saving is important when you're doing all these stuff. Yes, validate this. This is already round, so I'll validate this. maybe I'll just maybe I'll keep the seam line behind. Oh wait, no, it doesn't make sense because we're not really sure how neck plates are made, but I guess if it's like one cylinder thing, then the seam line should be in the middle at the back. But no mind. This is just a test render. Dropping by the stream. I hope that you have a had a good day. Okay, I think these are not that important. No, I'm just going to bring up his cape. Yeah, not a lot of it showing up. Just push this in. I'll push. I think this side was hidden, but you know, might as well. Okay, now that this is all ready, I don't even know why this and this is why the colors are different. But I think this can be decimated. Save. Yes, they're different colors because they're quite hidden. Okay. I feel like if if that's the case, I'll just delete the lower row of stuff. I think it's this one, because I think I can save quite a bit. Yep, I can save quite a lot with this deletion, with this delete. And oh my god, I should have saved. That was so scary. Maybe I'll smooth this out a bit. Okay, that's done. I think these are still quite high. Just going to can probably validate this. I think it's fine that the edge is sharp. I'm not really sure why the... Oh my god, this whole time there were two of them. Why? Feels like... Oh, I see. I guess I was keeping them for as a backup, but I don't need them now. I feel like his bracelet is so small that I'll just do as much as I can. We are getting there, I hope. I think this 2000. Because his tools are really far away, so I can make them quite low poly, and I think that would be fine. I think his sandals will be quite hidden, so it shouldn't really matter that much. The only thing, one of the few things that I would have liked is for the validate button to not be blocked by the menu. Kind of like just want to keep this open all the time. $100, $100. I think all of these are good. think as a rule of thumb, I would just try and match the resolution. I think I can make these I think I can make them lower resolution than the bigger one, but they're the same thing, just scaled down. I think I'm getting quite close. I think because this is not really matching, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna try subdivide this to make it a bit smoother. You know, maybe I'll remesh it first. I'll remesh it and then subdivide this and to save and decimate this. Then that way the edges feel a bit better. So I think these are... Are these done? Does it feel like doesn't need to be 13,000? I think 5,000 is fine. I think the last thing would be the boxes. I think that's me. Okay. These are all instances. I think there's so many boxes. Okay, I think I can because they're quite flat, so I think that's fine. I'm just going to validate these 4,000. 4,000. $3,000. And I'm going to bother checking if there are any duplicates here. So I'll consider the base done. Just this. I think these are quite small. I'm not really sure why sometimes when the profile can create all these what is this called? Weird, all these weird stuff. Because that's better. I guess because it was stretched. Maybe I want to round this a bit. Never mind. Half of a spear to go. Can't wait to put this in Blender. I'm trying to move as fast as I can. I really want to see this in Blender. Yes. think these are really small, so I can make them quite low poly. It's fine. Ting. I think this looks good like this. Need to stretch out a bit because I'm feeling stiff sitting like this. It's not really an optimal angle, but I guess it's the best angle to the camera, so I'll just bear with it for a bit more. I think that's all of it. Let me I think these are old stuff, so you can see the scales. The scales were made up of all these individual pieces, and then I joined them all into one object and use the curve repeater here. But I don't need these anymore, so I can delete. Can go ahead and delete these. I think that's a lot. I think these are old bits. I'm not really sure whether I want to be keeping these. Maybe I'll just keep them for now. these are just really random stuff. I feel like I made them to the best of my abilities because I don't think at this moment it's possible to make them any better. Maybe there's something that I'm missing. I feel like they look quite shit, but they work for now. Kind of look like a belt of ammo around his cape. I think I'll like it if I can create a string of just one of these and randomize the angle the rotation of them. But because I think I can't do that in NomadSculpt, so I just kind of like cheated with making multiple pieces with different angles, and it's like, I think for the purpose of this it works not too badly. Okay, I think that went quite well. Went from 10 million to 4 million. Just going to check the wireframe. I feel like maybe this is standing out, but other than that, I think we can bring this to Blender now. Exciting. Oh, I feel so stiff. I think it doesn't help that I was doing lots of bicep and hammer curls at the gym, so my shoulder, and like one arm pull up training, so my shoulder and upper arms are like incredibly sore. So just sitting still like this in an unoptimal angle, it feels really, I just feel really sore. Okay, so I've saved this, and I think maybe I brought this down to below my other Blender file. So I think my previous project was like around 5 million maybe. I mean, this just for the sake of test render, so I feel like I would have liked to keep more details on the flames and all this stuff, but at the same time I want the renders I want it to render quite fast. So I'm gonna save this. Just going to quickly check the numbers here, make sure that nothing is really off. It's quite tedious. I'm not really sure what this is. 9,000. Just so you know, these are the numbers of how the numbers here are the same over here. Maybe I can bring this more. Hmm. 5,000, 5,000. think I can decimate this one because it's going to be quite hidden. I'm not really sure whether it makes any difference if you decimate 50% one time or like 80% 3 times. I think that's good. Right now I'm just crunching down the numbers. Now that I've already brought everything down, it gives me a clearer idea on what I want the overall balance to be like. I think this is too much, like they're so small. Maybe think something. I'm probably not gonna see the base that much. I can decimate it more. And the soil is 11,000. I feel like I was trying to retain some details, but it's so small. Like, it's not really the main part, so I can't afford to bring them down. Okay. Okay, I'll take a toilet break before I export this out and finally bring it to Blender. Finally exporting out. Just make sure to save first, and I'm going to remove vertex colors, and then export. Gonna change my setup while I wait for the file to transfer over. Well, I guess the decimation took a really long time, so I will do the blender stuff in my next stream. But for now, I'll try and bring in the Messmer sculpt into Blender just to see how it looks like this. And while I wait for the cloud to bring things over to my Windows PC, then I can just let me see. I just explained that I'll be using Blender 4.0 and not 4.2 because I'm not really sure why, but when I rendered my old file, this one, when I rendered this file to with 4.0 and 4.2, and I think the settings are exactly the same, it rendered out faster in 4.0, and I don't think there was a significant difference between the two images. Wonder whether I can. Let me give you a glimpse of what it looks like right now. So it looks like this, and yeah, it's faster. I don't know why, but I'm going to be using 4.0 for the Messmer sculpt too. I think the other thing is that when it comes to the I think this was mentioned in a lot of Reddit posts or the Blender forums, but with 4.0 and I guess the Blender versions before 4.2, you can, it's gonna be a bit laggy, you can switch between shade smooth and flat quite easily, and also shade auto smooth. So you can switch between these three if you right click on an object and then choose shade smooth, auto smooth, or flat. You can switch between them. And then the problem with 4.2, which maybe you might experience too, and I think I will experience this with the Messmer sculpt. You just look at this. Right now it's quite, I mean, it's a decimated model, so it's not the perfect topology, but it works. So I switch back to shade smooth, it works. Then in 4.2, you have this weirdness going on here, and when you shade auto smooth, it brings up a modifier, so you can't just turn back to shade flat, because right now under the modifier tab over here, wait a minute, why is it not there? Maybe shade smooth? You know what, I've no idea why this is happening, and I'm not really sure why it only decided to add the modifier after the second time. But so you can see that when I click shade auto smooth, it created a modifier, and when you go back to shade flat, it removes it. Oh, well, the weird thing was that when I was testing this out off stream, this modifier was kind of like permanently there, but maybe I missed something out. But the other thing is that if you notice, there's some weird jagged issue here. And you can, and I think I tested this with the original OBJ file that I exported from Nomad Sculpt. So I think it's just like some issue between the two softwares and the Blender 4.2, where it created custom split normals data. So if you go to the data tab, which is here, and you look down at the geometry data, there'll be this clear custom split normals data. And to get this sculpt to look like the sculpt in Blender version 4.0, you just have to clear this up by removing it. And now it looks like 4.0. But this is happening throughout the whole thing. And it seems like some people are having issues with this too. I mean, that was how I found out about this, I think. So it's happening across the board. Excuse me. Yeah, it's happening across the board. So if I bring in the Messmer sculpt, I have a feeling that I will need to do this for every single object, and I feel like right now I don't really understand what's going on, so I will just use Blender 4.0. So yeah, let me check that the file is there. I feel like it takes so long to transfer stuff. I'm also seeing some weirdness in, because in on the MacBook you can view OBJ files, which is quite cool. And I'm seeing some normals, some error in the normals, which happens when I export meshes that has mirrors or other repeaters or arrays. So maybe while I wait, I will just like validate. Maybe it doesn't matter because I'm seeing that the arrow is also on the spear tips, and those aren't mirrored, so why is it just I'm going to grab a thumb drive and transfer because the cloud transfer is taking really long. Oh wait, it's here. Give me a moment while I set this up. I think while we wait for the file to download, I will show you around what my Blender file looks like because I tweaked it a bit. So if you have a PC or if you have like a MacBook or a laptop, most likely you will want to use your GPU to render. And I'm not going to go into details because there are a lot of really good tutorials out there on all these render stuff. But I've tested the different settings, and this is just the setting that made my render faster. So you can select both, but this was faster, that's why it's that. And then other than that, you want to have the node wrangler on, so switch that on because it's going to be really useful later on. Right now I'm just going through my old Blender notes. These are just the notes that I wrote down while setting up the Blender file for that other previous project, which I showed on screen. So change. Oh, so one of the things that you can do is to get HDRs, and I think I got them free from, I think it's a Blender add-on that is quite popular, although I can't remember which. Maybe it's Blender Kit. And you can put your HDRs to create really nice really nice lighting, and it's super easy. You can see by default, I mean there's some material on this already, but by default the wall is this gray color, and I hope that it's not pixelated because the resolution of the stream is different from my screen. But this is not a tutorial anyway, so the usually this by default is the background color is gray, and like that can be cool. I think there are different default HDRs lighting from Blender too, and these are things that you can learn from really cool tutorials out there. But I found from my experience of doing the previous Blender render that using a HDR, just using the HDR really just helps to add variation in colors and lighting. So it gives it, you know what, maybe I should just bring, it's fine. So if you want to render, remember to use, I guess, cycles. Oh, I'm going to be using cycles with GPU. I keep forgetting to put this. And then I'll, like, it will be on this setting. And then I'll hit render and I'll be wondering why my computer is making such a loud sound. But yeah, I think that's one of the things that I always forget to do. And I need to set it. And these are, I guess, just random settings that I put in the previous file, and I just copied it over. There's this transparent thing where it hides the HDR. Is it HDRI or HDR? I just call it HDR for now. But if you remove the background and it's just a color, then it will look like that. I feel like this is brighter than what it should be. By default, I mean. So I'm going to be using some HDR, but this was already in the file, so maybe I'll try this out. Let me just hide it. Okay, I feel like, I guess I've already, yep, like these I think all these are default. I think the other thing that I did was to bring in the burp from my previous file, because I just want to bring in the materials, and this is kind of like the, like maybe a roundabout way, which I felt like makes sense to me. So this burp has all the test materials that I was making for the previous sculpt. So I was using this one for the render that I showed you just a while back, and all these are the rejected ones, but maybe they will look nice and let me see, maybe they will look nice with the Messmer sculpt. And the way I did it is that I followed multiple. I just did like a speed run of 3D Blender tutorials on different shaders. But I think a lot of them are from this really cool YouTube channel called Blender Bite Size, I guess. Blender Bite Size. His tutorials are really fast and straight to the point. And he puts down like exact numbers, so like super great for someone like me who has OCPD. Yeah, I'm not really sure whether any of these will work with Messmer, but I think some of them should work. I'm not really sure what's going on with this. Yeah, this is not working. I don't even know why it's so... Why is it so bright? Was it this bright just now? I have no idea. Somehow I feel like it was different. So you can also see that I put all the materials together in one, all the nodes in one material, because it's super laggy to swap the materials for different objects, especially for, I think for Messmer, for the Messmer sculpt, it's gonna take quite a while. So instead of doing that, I just ended up just putting everything together, because if you Control Shift click on any of this, you can swap pretty quickly, even with the previous sculpt with like 5 million polygons, I think. So let me check if, yeah, it's there. Let me try and bring it in. And maybe once I bring it in and assign materials like that, there will be enough for today, because my brain is quite... Do I bring in OBJ? I'm quite tired. It's been a long day. Where is it? I'm going to save. Let me just quickly open a new file just to see what the default background is. I guess it's like that. Okay, let me bring it up. It's in. Looks great. It's so cool. It's my first time seeing it in Blender. It's really cool. I'm not gonna use this, so let me hide this. What's happening? Let me delete this. Delete this. I think right now it's just a default material. So let me just cut this. Another thing that I like to do is to uncheck the grid flow if I can find it. I think it's this. And this. It just feels a bit cleaner when I look at this. Ooh, it's looking cool. I feel like I have the obligation to do something in Blender because I named the stream as bringing this into Blender. Well, technically I managed to fulfill the title, but let me just do a little bit. I mean, I don't even know whether the audio is turning out well because I've been like half whispering. Been out for like the late afternoon in Singapore with no aircon in the late afternoon with my very bad heat tolerance. It's just like it drains my energy so much. So what did I want to do? Alright, I want to remove the transparency of the background, and by default I usually bring the wall lighting to black because that way you can see what your lighting looks like. And then wait, before that, something that I like to do too is to create an empty, and if you click G for move and Z to move the axis and the vertical Z plane, you can bring it up here, and I think it's quite big. I'm gonna make it a bit smaller. This is so cool. Haven't streamed with Blender in a really long time. So what I use this empty axis for, I think it's a bit too high. I use it to constrain the camera that I'm using. So if I create a camera and I've forgotten how to move the camera fast, but so I think under constraints you can click on the camera and then add a constraint to track to, and then you can simply eyedrop the empty. And let me just split this layout. Do I want to split this way or that way? Oh my god, no. I think I'll just use this instead. So if I let me set active camera. So with that constraint, you can move this to adjust the angle of the camera, or you can move the camera to where you want it to be. So it's really cool. Like this saves a lot of time too. And I like to think of it as I just, if I want to change where the camera is pointing at, I move the axis, and if I want to change the camera position, I move the camera. So let's just find a cool angle. Can't really think anymore, so I'll just do what I can. So this is a cool angle for now, just for the purpose of doing a quick Blender render. So black, okay. The world is black, and now I'm adding an area light, which is something that I like to do. Maybe if I do this and I hide this, okay, and now I turn this on. Yeah, that's really cool. I think I'm just gonna leave it like this for now, because this thing, because there's just like a really fast setup, and I just like to use area lights. Although I guess sometimes I like to use point lights for what do I like to use point lights for? I guess things like the source of this fire here. This super rough, and really just I'm gonna make the flames transparent, but for now just pretend that this is emitting from the flame. Okay, so I have like the fill light, I have this light, and I think I like the intensity. Nope, stop. Wait. Maybe I think I like the intensity for now. Maybe I'll hate it tomorrow. I forgot how to duplicate stuff. The shifty? Yeah, with shifty. I'm gonna just put one more here. Put this way. X. Just gonna put one more here, just because this is one of the main light source too, but I'll put it, as usual, like try to go like the extreme ends, like even just like 2, and then that's something that, oh, this is cool, that I've learned quite early on, and it's been really helpful too. Okay, so that's done. Rim light. I'm just going to duplicate this and then constrain this to the empty. Feels like a speed run. So that I can go to sleep. I think. Let me just check that I'm on GPU because my computer is making sounds. Yep, it's good. I think I just make this bigger. Is it making any difference? Maybe it needs to be. Maybe it needs to be up close. Is it? I feel like it's not really doing anything. Let's go to the extreme. It's kind of giving a really soft light. Let me just. Okay, so it's doing that. It's kind of like. If I change this to point, I guess it works. It works better. I think I'll just do this for now. And then let me see if this makes it nicer. I should have saved. It's too bright. I feel like it's not really helping right now. At least for this. I think if I put a plane, that should be fine. But for today's, well, one other thing that I'll do is to delete these because I'm not going to use them. I'm not going to use this. Nice. Okay, so should save, and let's see how it looks like. Cool. I feel like there's something going on that I don't like, but you know what, let me just change this color here because I don't like this. I wonder whether it's the denoise doing something weird. But yeah, it's finally in Blender. It's cool. I think I'll end it here for tonight. The decimation process took really long. Like, it took longer than I thought, so I will make up for it in the next stream. It's looking great. I mean, it looks a bit... I think there's something going on. I need to check the settings, but I think for now it's looking good. I think once I put materials on them, yeah, it'll look really good, I think. I mean, I hope it looks good. And I hope that the auto smooth will work. Let me just shade smooth. Yeah, like this. Maybe I removed too much details. Let me see. Oh, but I guess auto smooth is not bad. Because this is just for the test render anyway. I'm happy that the render doesn't take too long too. But I guess I kind of miscalculated the... Like, maybe I could have gone... Yeah, maybe I didn't have to decimate so much because everything is moving faster than I thought. Yeah. But this is the second time that I'm putting my sculpt into Blender, so I'll just treat this as a learning point, and that's it for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. I hope this image makes up for all the long process of decimation. Which is quite boring, I guess. But yeah, I think it's the denoise. I think the denoise is doing something. Yeah. Thanks for the 100 sub. I appreciate it a lot. Enjoy your time. Have a good night. I'll see you in the next one.